Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track.
Welcome to Zen Fast Track. So what we're going to do today is we're asking questions. This is the first Zen Fast Track that we've run, and it's all about you guys. So we're going to be here for a few hours, and if there's no questions coming, we are going to be putting up the interlude screen. Okay, so that means that we can actually carry on and do our work. I can do my work, and if there's no questions coming in, it's fine. I can carry on with my work. When a question comes in, I can pop up and I can answer them live for you. So this is the first time we've run this. We are trialing this to see how popular it is and to see if you guys really like it. And I can see that Siramaya, I think I pronounced it correctly, is in. Good to see you. So any questions, it's all about you guys. You know, if you've got a question about Zenler, how do I do this, how do I do that, don't ask me technical questions like my site doesn't work, I can't do this. You know, if it's an educational question, I can answer it for you now. But if it's a technical support question because something's wrong you think with the system, you need to contact support@zenler.com. I will not be answering tech questions. I will reply and say you need to go to support. But if it's not an educational based question, then I can't answer it for you. Okay. Also be aware that if it's out of platform integrations, I will not be answering those, because I'm not going to tell you how to set up separate payment gateways, integrate with Shopify, use Zapier, use Pabbly. I'm not going to be talking about that. I'm talking about platform only. So you've got a problem with the platform, and then I can answer it. Okay, so you drop them in the chat and I can see Siramaya. Are we coming up with WhatsApp integration? So again, that's a question for a new feature, so I'm not going to answer it. So if it's long as it's on, thank you Siramaya. Pronounced well. Yeah, so that is a question. You're talking about a new feature that's coming out. Until the feature comes out, we don't discuss those, but we do have a new feature list. And as I don't know if you know, but we're working on quite a few things at the moment. The famous page builder we've been talking about for a long time is really good. It's coming along really nicely. It's a very, very big thing, hence it's taken over a year for them to put things into place, but it will be a game changer and things will be built on top of it. Now also, you might not know, but we've also looking at quizzes and surveys, and that is going really well. I'm not going to give an ETA, I can't do that, but we've also got other things going in as well. We've just had the new, you can bring your own Zoom integration in there, because lots of people wanted to use their pro Zoom accounts. Remember, you don't need a Zoom account, you can use Zenler's, but a lot of people wanted their Zoom accounts because probably they were using them for something else. So Soraya, if you've got a question and it's based on the platform, like you're stuck with something, I am here for you to help you. And that's what we're doing. So this is what Fast Track's all about. So it's great. I've got Soraya on here, and I know it's early in the morning. We're kind of testing this with a 9 a.m. slot because in the UK, but obviously the more popular slots, the US times, so like 5, 6, 7 p.m. is a good time for our Americans to come in, and they come in, it gets quite busy. So this time is less, but if there's a lot of questions coming here, we'll carry on running it at this time. You know, where are you from, Soraya? Just out of interest, it's good to see where our audience is coming in from. platform is butter. No questions so far. Cool. Right, but you might have a question. So just to let you know, India, oh, superb. Okay, so you're 5 hours ahead. Okay, so that's all right, isn't it? 2. So yeah, 2 in the afternoon. Good time for you. So we will see how this goes. You know, if it's really popular, we're going to run it for a really extended amount of time, and probably other team members are going to come in and run some sessions as well. It's all to do with if they've got the capability to do it. Here I've got multiple screens, so I can run lives and literally throw all the screens onto another monitor, which means I can still get on with my work, you know, other stuff that I'm doing for you guys. Okay, so having a pizza, excellent. Oh, Victoria's joined us. Where do I get started? I've paid for Zenler for 3 years, but still haven't started building my site. Ah, Victoria, I do feel for you. It happens a lot, you know. People see, oh, you know, it's a really good deal. Obviously, 3 years, you were on a really good deal, I reckon, you know. So where do you start? If you haven't started, look, it's really easy. Once you get started, it's so easy to stagnate, procrastinate, whatever you want to call it. Busy with life, I call it. And then you just sort of don't get to it, or you're running a business anyway, and you want to break into online and you just don't get round to doing it. But one thing I can tell you is it's really easy to use Zenler, and I'm sure Surmaya will say the same. Hasn't got any questions, so it's all good. So where you need to start is you need to start at tutorials.newzenler.com. I'm going to share my screen now. Let me just throw the thing across, and this is how it's going to kind of work. So boom, we're up there. There we go. So this is our tutorial site, Victoria. Okay, and what you need to do is you need to come in. This is a separate site. Don't use your login that you use for your admin for your Zenler site. You can set a new one up, or you know, it's not tied to it. It's a separate site. So you need to sign in, and then you need to go down to on-demand training, and inside here you're going to find, and we put it right at the beginning here because this is our quick start guide. This is our quick start guide that was done a while ago, but everything is current in the system. Okay, this is the foundations of what you need. So I did this a while ago, and I thought it'd be quite interesting to time how long I can put a site together and a course. So you're going to see a little clock come up showing the time that it took to do each of the things, and I think it runs to about 2.5 hours to get a site up and a course outline laid out. Now that's not including doing all the coursework and doing all the videos. That's the thing that takes the time, but it's a proof of how fast the system is to work with. So this is a really good place to start, is the quick start guide, and I'll put that, Victoria, I will reply to you. We are streaming across our YouTube channel as well, but I'll put it into the chat, reply to you there. That's the place to start, and we've had feedback that everybody loves this course because it's very simple to work with. It just build a site and a course in less than, oh, so I did it in less than 2 hours. So you'll see a little clock come up with the times, and it tells you. So that's what you're aiming. Now obviously you're not going to do it in 2 hours, it's new to you, but follow it step by step. And if it takes you 4 hours, then you know. And what I would say is follow along, do as much as you can, and don't worry too much about your content at this stage. Just put kind of lorem text in there or dummy text in there, and just get a feel for it. So run through it all, you know, add those things, put in some images, doesn't really matter what at the moment, and then once you're familiar with it and you've run through that quick start guide, you can then go back over it and go, right, okay, I'm going to refine this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And then what you want to do after that, and this will scare you, okay, but don't let it scare you, is then you'll want to go into the complete guide for Zenler, and that's a massive course that you can cherry pick the bits you want to know more about. Okay, plus of course we're here, and we're going to be running the Zen Fast Track, if it's popular, every week. So you've got us here to show you, and I'll physically be showing you on screen your comments that you put in the chat. and I want to increase this. I want to make it even more interactive. So I want to get to the point where I'm actually giving you a Zoom link, so for you to pop in and actually converse with me, because it's much quicker, and you could share your screen if you want to. I can then share mine directly in front of you, and you actually see an actual thing. So that's what I want to get to with the ZenFast track. At the moment it's commenting only and doing it that way, but I want to get into interaction with you guys because I love it. So I want to get you in there eventually, but that's where you want to start, the quick start guide. Don't look at anything else, don't get confused, just do the quick start guide, and then you can go to the complete guide to Zenler. Of course, you can always ask questions in our Facebook group. Everybody's so helpful, and they will help you in there as well. So when you've got the quick start guide, you also might want to download the Zenler basic setup checklist. This is a PDF document. It's not another course, it's a PDF document. You could print that out, or you could digitally sign it on your in your editing app or whatever, and you could check off the bits you've done. So this is really handy because sometimes you forget to do certain things in the site. So inside that PDF there's actually required, that's what you need to do, and then there's optional checkboxes that you can put in there if you want to, and I think that really helped. So Victoria, thank you, talked about a new page builder. Will that speed things up? Would I be wiser to wait until it's ready? No, absolutely not. And when you say speed things up, I'm using, on the quick start guide, I'm using the page builder. All of these tutorials are on the page builder we have currently. Watch the speed I'm working. When you say quick speed things up, it goes fast enough. It will keep up with you, no problem. The only reason that people say anything about the speed is because oversizing images or too much media in a page. Now that same slow speed loading and all these things of the pages would happen with any platform, okay? So it's just because you've over bloated, you haven't optimized. You follow the quick start guide and our recommended optimization settings. And if I say one thing to you now, get a pen and paper, one size that you should always remember for Zenler is this, okay? Width of 1920 pixels, px, by 1080 pixels height. That is a universal size that will work for thumbnails, for background images. It looks good in pages as images. That's the one size you can remember. Now in a page image, if you want to use half the size, you just half the ratio. So if you want to start really simply, keep it with that size. And that's the only number that you need to remember, 1920 by 1080. Write it down. I think I cover that in the quick start guide because that's my basic thing to work with. Because I'm teaching these, I try not to get complex with this. I mean, I use lots of different image sizes, but I kind of know what I'm doing with this stuff and I optimize and resize. But for you guys, especially if you're starting, I say use that one size and you'll find that works for everything. And if you look at our site, everything's been designed around those sizes, 1920 by 1080. So yeah, good one. And also remember 1920 by 1080, what is that? That's high HD. That's a background image. What you're looking at now on screen in OBS, that is 1920 by 1080. It's exactly the same size. So you can use your thumbnails that you create for your courses. Maybe you can edit that in Canva and use that as a background image when you're doing your Zoom presentations. It's the same size, and that's why I use that number, because it's so versatile. It's like the golden ratio. It's a really good size, 16 by 9 ratio. It's perfect size and it will fit on lots of things and it looks good. So that's what yeah, exactly Victoria. Okay, now if you want to get a little bit more, if you're doing socials, I'm going off the Zenler platform a little bit now, but if you're doing socials for things like TikTok, yeah, Instagram Reels, the size is flipped. So it's 1080 by 1920 because it's portrait. So you've only got to remember that number. You've got to remember, like, that is for my website and everything that I do landscape, including video, including Zoom meetings. And if I'm doing stuff for social where it's mobile format, I'll just turn it that way around. And there you go. And then it will fit in that area. So it's a perfect number for you beginner guys to remember and to use. Okay, so has that helped you? Yeah, ratio of 16 by 16.9, so that's the ratio. Like 16 by 9 is the ratio. It's don't worry about it. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Don't forget about it. Forget I said that. just keep with 1920 by 1080 pixels and you'll be fine. Okay. Sometimes you can overcomplicate these things. So good to see you, Victoria. Definitely do that. What's that? That's a morning. Do the quick start guide. It will take you a morning to do, and you'll have a thorough understanding or the foundations for using Zenler, and you'll be able to build on it, because at that point you'll be like, right, I want to do this, I want to do that. How do I do it? Jump into the complete guide to Zenler. Maybe you're going to set a membership site up. Maybe you want to set up your own marketing funnel. Maybe you don't know what they are. Jump into complete guide to Zenler, just put in their funnel, and it give you an explanation of the funnel and take you step by step through every stage of that. That's it, Victoria. 16 by 9. So for ratio, I understand. I use Canva. Oh, okay. Well, in Canva, you actually go into let me just go into Canva for you. I've still got my screen share on, haven't I? So Canva, you're going to see that all my templates in here. This is the free account, by the way. For this, you're going to see that all of my templates are actually 16 by 9. So I go create a design, come down to custom size here, and you'll notice I've got it already set up. Notice the two, 1920 by 1080. There it is. That's my size. So then you would just go and grab a design or a template from one of these, or grab a ready-made template, stick it in there, and you're off. And then I would export that out as an image. So if I just went to, I put my text and all my other stuff in there, I just go to here, I just select JPEG and I download that, and then it would download to my desktop there, and I could use that then in my Zenler site there. Okay, so you can notice I've got other images in there, but that's the one that's just been downloaded. So there you go. Perfect. That was my first one. That you were the first ZENFAST tracker, Victoria, for me to show a little bit on how you can just get that in Canva. So I always go to that when I'm doing it. I always go to this. I know that it's already in there as a thing in here. Like a lot of people have picked this and they picked this. Notice 1080, but for a reel. It's the same as I said, 1080, 1920 for a reel, because it's that way round. A lot of people have picked ones here, but I always go to custom size, because I always just set it at that size, and that's why inside here you'll only really find these two, because it's the only two I use. I don't need to use anything else. You'll see in here that I've got a mobile version, you know, so 1920 by 1080 again. What about video sizes? Yep, so video sizes, I just told you, 1920 by 1080, same size for the we're talking video, we're talking about proper video, like landscape video, yeah, talking about this way for mobiles. So 1920 by 1080, this is why it's a good size to use. If I show you a video, like all the videos I've got on here that I'm when I'm doing the interlude screens, like just hold on, I'll just put the interlude screen and I'll jump back to me. 2 seconds, have a look at the interlude screen. Okay, that's 1920 by 1080. So also this one is
Zen Fast Track.
Okay, 1920 by 1080 videos. So I just use Canva, put a background in, do some special effects over the top, voiceover, a bit of backing track music, output it, upload it to YouTube or wherever, or put it into Zenler, which might be what you're asking. Zenler it takes HD, so it will use any of those sizes. So you've got high HD, 1920 by 1080, you've got standard HD, then you've got like 4K. So every time it's the same ratio, it's just getting 2 times the size for 2K, 4 times the size for 4K, etc. But that ratio 1920 by 1080 is the size. Gotta go. All right. All right, Jeremiah and Victoria, that's all right, no problem. So you got it, you understand. This is what Fast Track's all about. So if this gets you en route and you're like, oh my god, it saved me a ton of time, I haven't got to think about tons of numbers, I don't know what size to use, I'm picking the wrong creative design from Canva. Maybe you're going down and you're picking one of these sizes or something and using that, and then you output it and then you start putting it in the site and it doesn't work, and you're like, you could have wasted tons of time. Whereas if you just use 1920 by 1080, everything else will work around that, and you can always resize things inside Canva or editing programs to get them for things like Twitter or Instagram. If you're doing it as a square, you could do it as a square for Instagram stories and those kind of things. Right. Do you use Canva for what you're doing now, or are you on NZ Live? Oh, what, you mean this whole screen that I've got showing here? No, this is all done through OBS, and I'm actually streaming to both Facebook and YouTube. So I'm doing it all through OBS. I could easily do it through Zenler's Zoom, easily, but it means I need a Zoom screen up, and I've got a lot of screens up. Trust me, I've got this screen up that you're looking at now. I've got another monitor there and another monitor there, and if I start Zoom, I'll have to squeeze that Zoom screen in as well. So you could do what you're doing now through Zoom easily, but I use OBS to do this. It's Victoria, if you're just starting with this stuff, don't just do your site, do your course, and progress into learning more of these things, like how you do OBS, how you do all this sort of stuff. You can learn it later, you know. It's not something it's a recording software. So if you just go to OBS, it's an open broadcasting software, and it allows you to, like, you might have seen lots of videos like on YouTube where people are playing games, like doing, you know, World of Warcraft, these sort of things, and they're in the corner and then they've got like a little box with a screen and jumping around. That's all done in OBS. So it's actually just OBS streamed to Facebook, streamed to YouTube, you know. So it's a bit more advanced. You need to know what you're doing. I'm using things like virtual cables, I'm hooking in different scenes, I'm setting up my speakers with noise suppression and all these things. A lot of things going on behind the scenes. I'm on a green screen here, and in fact you can see part of it. If I go here, you can actually see part of the screen. Let me just show you. You'll see if I turn this off. See? Boom! I'm on a green screen. Turn it back on. Okay? So it's all done. I'm using OBS for this, but I'd still run this in OBS. I would just send this into Zenler's Zoom, and I've done that loads of times with nearly everything I do inside of Facebook group. I always sling it through Zoom, Zenler's Zoom, and I just put OBS into Zoom. But it's a bit more advanced. You don't need to know about it. That's going to blow your mind for later. You know, this is extra things you can learn. All right, you can just Google OBS, but OBS. Let me try and get the OBS site up. It will just give you a little bit of. Here we are. Yeah, so it's open broadcast software. Click there and you'll see. So you download for both, but you can read about that. But honestly, Victoria, don't use it yet. If you're just starting with using the Zenler and you're still getting used to producing Canva templates and these sort of things, then I would stay away from it until you're just a little bit more advanced with that stuff. It's not going to affect what you're doing. Just make sure your video is nice and clear, that you're editing it and those sort of things, and that it should all be good. I see. My understanding is recording videos with instructors in front can be done in Canva now. I have used Loom previously. All right. Oh, okay. Well, I don't use. I know Canva has abilities in it for video editing and these sort of things, but to be honest, I'm sure it's good. You can see I've got Loom up here that I do, but I never would produce my videos using Canva, or not saying it's not brilliant for that. Could be, I don't know. I don't use it. Because like Canva is primarily, it's like for designing things, you know, and it can do transitions and do little animations and things like that, but that's its primary goal. That's what it was made for. I know they're adding more and more things on, but you're never really going to beat a self-contained tool. Like I use Camtasia, so I screen record and I edit everything in Camtasia. Now that's one level. That's what I do all the time. But when I'm doing professional VFX work, I will be using other software packages, such as After Effects or Nuke or Final Cut Pro. Okay, these are different software packages because they're much more powerful, much more control. So Canva, I don't know, I've never used that, but I use the screen capture, which is the main important thing for me, inside Camtasia, and then I can put the videos very quickly together inside Camtasia and output them. And that's exactly how the interlude video that you saw was produced. I'll play it again.
Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler.
So that was all produced inside inside Camtasia. Just have a Google. I don't know what Camtasia's cost is now. Camtasia. It's, I don't know, I think 100 and something, 178. I don't know, it's quite cheap. It's not expensive really. And then I think every year it's like £52 to keep with the latest one. But again, it depends how much. If you're on a budget, then and you're using Canva and it's working for you, great. The other option, of course, is to use, and people do this, use Zenler Zoom to produce the videos. Yeah, there is. Right, right, Victoria. Hold on. So if you went to your Zenler account, and if you're on Pro or Premium, yeah, you'll have access to the lives area. So if you set up a live, and you turn on cloud recording, or you record locally from Zoom, and you've got a green screen behind you, you could put a background behind you and you could record, and then you could save that file, and then you've got a recording. So you can do it directly from Zoom. But having some sort of editing program is obviously always a good thing, because you can go and put the front on it, you know, you can put sound effects in the background, you can do all these things. But you can, if you're on a budget, and that's the perfect thing, if you're on a budget, you could do it from Zoom itself. You just hit the record button when you're setting up Zoom, yeah? So I can't show you because I've got my cameras all tracked on OBS, but I think we've got training on that recording. Did we do one on that? Well, you can Google recording in Zoom for a course. I'm sure there'll be something comes up. Okay, yeah. So online courses, videos. So there's lots of stuff online already. Let me screen share this. So I just put into the search here, recording in Zoom for a course. There's quite a few videos. How to Zoom to record your online course look, how to record online course videos for free using Zoom. So there you go, you could. So you don't even need a Zoom subscription because, of course, as you know, if you're on the Pro and Premium, you get access to Zenler Zoom, which you can record and cloud record. So you can then take that video and then you could use that. So if you've got a green screen behind you, then you can put any background you like behind you. And just like here, I've got the ZENFAST track in the corner because we've got Zenler up there. Yeah. So I'm actually making sure that I'm watermarking everything. So you can do it live without people watching. Yeah, absolutely. Use the you just don't invite anybody to it. So you set it up, just go through, don't even bother setting up automations, just click straight through everything. Hold on, let me show you. Then once it starts, the meeting starts, you're the only one in there. So then you can just start, you know, putting your stuff in. Hold on, let me just flick up a site. So let me just go into here. I'll screen share in a second so you can just see Victoria. So okay, right, okay, so I'm in a site now, and what I can do is it doesn't really matter which one I choose. I won't choose live stream because live stream doesn't allow you to cloud record. But you could live stream, you could hit the local recording inside your Zoom settings, okay? And then you can record it locally to your desktop. But let's choose, it doesn't really matter which one we choose because it doesn't matter, we're doing the same. So like create a live webinar, let's do that. Create a live webinar, let's put presentation. Remember, you can delete it out of Zenler when you've finished and you've captured that audio. So presentation, let's set a time, we'll just set it for them. You would set it now, okay? So if you were going to do this at, let's say, 9:40, you would set it for like 9:35 or something, and that way you can start it straight away. So it's how quick you could do this. I'm going to set it on the 29th, but if you were doing it now, you want to do it straight away. You can only start the recording 15 minutes before the set time. So if you want to do it, hope that makes sense. If you want to do it for 10 o'clock, you would make sure that you set it for you'd actually start live at 10:45 because 15 minutes before 10 o'clock. So you don't want to set it for a few days. If you want to do it now, you want to set it straight away, and it's that quick. So I'm going to set that time there. You select your time zone, so in there we're going to set the duration. We want to set the duration. So how long are you going to be? Probably about maybe an hour or half an hour for the presentation. We need to get that right. So we're going to say, because otherwise it will cut off. So we need to say, all right, we're going to be an hour. I'm roughly going to be 45 minutes, but I'll allow myself an hour. Plus I've got a little bit more because I've got 15 minutes as well. So that's good. The Zenler Zoom I'm using, registrants, I can put 1 in there, but no one's going to join because I'm not going to send the link out. I'm going to enable cloud capture. I'm also going to capture on my computer, but I'm going to enable cloud capture. That was going to keep all my files so I can download them later. You can make the course secret there, but no one's going to join you because you're doing this instant way. No one's going to be able to come in because they're not going to have that link to come in. So whether you had it public, secret, course, it really doesn't matter. You don't need a course card. So I've done all I need to do. So I then click next. All right. I don't care about the template. I click submit. I am happy with that. Let's click. That's all done. So I could start the webinar now. So if I'm 1:45, the start time, I could start that, and now no one's going to come into that. There's no automation set up, no pages. When you're finished and you've captured all your content because you've gone to the cloud recording link in here, okay, where it's captured it, you can download those files, and when you're finished, if you want to keep your interface nice and clean, you just go in here and you delete it out. Click OK, delete out. No one sees that then. No one's coming, no one sees it. It's okay, no problem, Victoria. You can go onto our YouTube channel. This is streaming live on our Facebook group. When we finish here, it'll all be live. So you'll be able to go back through this later. Okay? So don't worry. but so easy. So I know a lot of the guys, they've done this before. They go and do a green screen behind them, and then they do a little bit of a broadcast, and they send the videos for editing, and I just green screen them out, and they just use the Zoom. They use a Zoom from Zenler. So we're already doing this. We're already using it, and I know a lot of guys on there. Ask the people on the Facebook group. Just say, look, who's actually using Zoom to do their lives? I'm sure a load of them will say yes, and then you can get some tips and tricks. But it's really easy. Test it out, you know, just do a 15-minute live and just test it out, play around, see what the recorded files are. Always do a test first with all this stuff. You know, we're testing things out as we're going. You're trying to find the most effective way for you to work. I think that's the key here. Is that okay, Victoria? I've answered everything. Is a green screen a physical thing? Where can I purchase one? Yeah, it is a physical thing. Now, a lot of cameras and things, and you probably know this, you can put virtual backgrounds in, but what you get is what's called popping, where you get, if they move their head too fast, you kind of get this, a bit of the background popping in around them. So although it can be quite effective if it's a clean like wall, if the wall's like painted white or grey or something, it can cut you out really nicely. But most people use green screens behind, so you can just Google Amazon. Amazon's got tons of them, you know. If I go on Amazon, I'll just screen share again in a second, but you just type in there green screen. I've got one that kind of rolls down, but you can get ones that are fitted on the ceiling and all this stuff. Stands and green screens, there's tons of them. So here we go, look, they're quite cheap, some of them. I'd avoid the ones that fit on the back of the chair. These ones, they're ridiculous. Honestly, they are so bad. I've got this kind of one. Okay, so what happens is it actually goes down into a little plastic bit, and means that I can take it with me, so I can put it in the back of the car and take it somewhere, get it out, and I can just pull it straight up. Okay, so you'll see on my green screen here, hold on, let me just show you. You'll see that at the side there's a bit of, so if I get this, I pull it down, do you see? And then I put it back up. Yeah? So hopefully that's, there you go, practical demonstration, live. Yes, it's weird, I've heard of green screens, but I never knew what they were. Oh right, okay. Yeah, well, green screens are used in the film industry, of course. There's green and there's blue screens. And blue screens are primarily used a lot with if they're putting it into things like sky scenes, like Superman flying, or someone's got blonde hair, they'll often use a blue screen, just because green screen really picks up on blonde hair, depending on the lighting. Because if you get a bit of bounce light off the back of a green screen, it can show through on blonde hair. So you'll notice that if you look at weather reporters on television. And if they're green screened and if they've got blonde hair, you'll often see it looks a little bit green. It's just because they've got a green screen behind them. So that's how they use it. That's why, like in film sets, they'll have whole walls painted green, you know. So and then they can put special effects in on the background and mocap them and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's cool, and they're really cheap. Like some of the green screens you get, they're just cloth. In fact, if you've got an office space that you're using, you could, and the background wall, you could paint the background wall what you're looking for is a contrasting colour to you. So you don't want to go for reds because there's reds in the skin. You know, you don't want to. You obviously, if you went for something like, I don't know, blues or the side of the greens, it would be good. It would cut it out cleanly. So it's anything you're contrasting, you can colour pick that and it will get rid of that background. So that's what you're looking. So my hair's white, yeah, mine's going that way. Get a blue screen. No, stay with a green screen, you'll be alright. you'll be okay. Which, remember that in studios they have a lot of powerful lights, so there's a lot of bounce. It's like in here I've got a light there and a light there, and I don't get any kind of bouncing. So you'll be alright with a green screen. Green screen's the most versatile, and also it means that blue's a colour that there's more clothes and things that have got blue in them than the green. Okay, so the green's a very light green. Stick with a green screen, you'll be fine. If it's a nice big green screen, the one key advice is don't be right up against the green screen like that. Just have a little bit of a distance. I've got about a foot. I could put it 2 foot back, and then the further it's away from you, the less bounce you're going to get, because it's further to bounce onto you. But if you're right up against the green screen, it's likely, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little bit of green now because I'm right up against it. But the further I come away, it disappears, you know. I've got 2 cameras set up here. It might be easier to show you with the Brio. That's the Brio. You can't really, you can see a little bit of kind of fading there. That's a second camera. But yeah, you'll be fine. Green screen. Go green screen. And that way you can get a really nice result. So if you want these kind of really clean looking presentations, that's what you need to do. But then some people say, you know, well, my office looks quite nice anyway. Like I know Rakesh has mentioned he quite likes the surfboards and things in the background, and you know, so it's horses for courses. There's a lot of people are just having their office environment, as long as it's nice and clean. I think the key with the background is, one, definitely have your brand in there, so either on a t-shirt like this or in the corner, but it has to be clean. So you don't want, if you're presenting to someone, you don't want distractions. So you don't want a load of stuff in the background, tons of things, because people will be looking around like, what's going on, what's that, you know, what's that. So if you've got it nice and clean and it looks good for the presentation, then you don't even need a green screen, you know. So it's up to you. I think green screens are good because you can just do so many things. You know, you can put yourself on in a Caribbean setting, you could put yourself on the top of a mountain. You know, you could do a lot of different things. You'll like see here, like here I'm actually in the orange, on the orange flash. But look, if I, oh, hold on, the wrong one. But if I move myself, whoa, you know, so I can put myself in different positions. I could put myself on the ZENFAST track if I wanted to. So that's the power of using a green screen. So I've got to position that again. There we go. Yeah, so it looks like I'm cut there, and that's because I've got a green screen. I couldn't do that any other way, you know. So nice one, Victoria. Any more questions? I've got to jump across to the YouTube channel and see if there's any questions coming there. I don't think there is. Is there any questions inside here? No. So Victoria's sorted out. We had Sramaya in here. No questions in the YouTube. Good. All right, so Victoria, have you got any more questions before I go to my interlude screen where I can get on with more Zenler stuff? And if another question comes in, I will pop up like magic and answer it like I did for you, Victoria. Really good. I'm so happy that you asked those questions. And remember, no question is simple enough to give an answer to. So if you have a question about anything at all, if you think, oh that sounds silly, I should, you know, if you don't know it, ask it. No question is too silly for us at Zenler. Okay, we answer all questions. So I'm really glad I've helped you today, Victoria. And you know where to go now. Quick start guide. Oh, you got another question. All right, super. you are keeping me busy today. Right, how can you move from filming in front of the slide to being in the video. How can you move from filming in front of the slide to being in the video? What, you mean like where I am now? So like I'm in that orange, I just move, this is right, because I'm using OBS. But if we're talking about actually doing this inside of something like Camtasia, then it's the same thing. You key yourself out on the green script. Is that what you're asking about? How I got myself in this orange box? And how could I move myself around like I did earlier, like this? Is that what you're asking? How am I able to do that? I think that's what you're asking. So remember, I'm using OBS for this and I've cut myself out, so it means I can position myself anywhere over the graphics. But this, what I'm doing here, what you're seeing in OBS here, is exactly the same as what you would do in a video. Yeah? Let me just try and throw up a video that I've done. Now, what you're doing, I've seen people doing lesson tutorials where they have a PowerPoint up at some point, but not others. They go back and forth. What, inside a Zoom session? So they would be sharing their screen, yeah? And they appear down the bottom, a bit like what I do here. Yeah? Because I could do the same, like if I went to, where's my camera? If I went to this, if I went to presentation mode here, okay, it kind of goes full screen. Well, I could make this full screen by pull it. I'm not going to, but I could pull it out full screen. But that would be a screen share in Zoom. And then you would just close back. Then you would just go back to, you stop the screen share in Zoom I'm talking about, and you just go back to how you were now. Yeah. So you're jumping back and forth between the two. So you're talking about in lives now. You're not talking about video editing, are you? Because in video editing, we've got full control over everything we're doing. We can move ourselves around. We don't have to be in the picture. We can put multiple videos. So you might do one video where you're talking about something. This is a PowerPoint presentation. Look at this. Look at that. And that's one recording, and then there'd be another recording of maybe you showing a PowerPoint presentation. That would be another recording, and then in edit you would take both videos in and then you could edit them together. Right, so yes, and then not sharing. Yeah, so in Zoom you can just share it or you don't share it. It's like we have templates made up. Let me just try and find one. For our Zoom background, we have a lot of templates made up that we can use. So I'm just going to try and I've got them. I'll share it in a minute. I've got the okay, yeah, this is a good one. So I run Zen streams on Saturday, covering different topics each week, and I have a start screen, yeah, bit like this,
Zen Fast Track,
and then I have, and that's actually just a static image on that one, but I also have a Zoom background. And this is where, if you've got green screen, you can do this. You can choose it as a Zoom background. So if I go to screen share, this is a pack for our Zen stream. So I have the initial front slide, which is this one here. Hopefully you can see that on your mobile. Yeah. So that's the initial slide. I just put text in here. So this week, and then I put pricing and tiers, which is what I'm doing tomorrow. But I also, when I go into the actual presentation, if I screen share, I'm just screen sharing the whole screen with me in the corner like I am now. But for when I'm hosting, like I am here, I will go and use this slide. So, and I will position myself here. But remember, I'm on a green screen, so you don't see the green screen because it's cut out, so I'm invisible like I am now, you know. So that's how you can do it. So you jump from screen share and you jump back to this, you know, and you could have this up at full screen and screen share this at full screen and then jump back and forth. Now you can get more technical, like I'm using OBS, so at the moment you're seeing multiple things happening. You're seeing logos up at the corner inside here, you're seeing this text in here, you're seeing a display of the screen, and you're seeing me there because I can layer things together inside of OBS. So, but you don't, honestly, don't get that, don't get bogged down by this. Just do a green screen video, or just have a nice clean office, and maybe get yourself a t-shirt of your logo, or do a simple Zoom background with your logo in the corner. Just do that. Just start with that. Knowing about this stuff is a good thing. Knowing that it's possible to do this stuff is a good thing to know and to strive for, but you don't need to be doing it right at the beginning. You know, it's like, it's hard enough for course creators at any level, well, intermediate, beginner to intermediate level, with the technology. It's hard enough just doing what they're doing, let alone taking on a lot more things. So I've done a series of videos on our YouTube channel, which I'm going to show you, but I would say until you're at that level, until you feel confident you could handle that extra stuff, stay away from it and just do the best you can do at this point in time. Is where we all started. You know, we all started learning things as we were going through them, and initially it's not going to be as good as a year later. Like a year later, you're going to look at the old stuff. If you look at my videos at the beginning, they were terrible, you know, but they were competing with other people, but other people were terrible as well. And as you go through, you're like, oh, maybe I can do that, maybe I can do that, maybe I can add to that. Definitely don't take all this stuff on and go, right, I've got to do all this, I've got to go out and buy a green screen, I've got to go and buy the best camera, DSLR camera, I've got to buy a lighting system, I've got to buy multiple screens, I've got to then learn how to use OBS, and you haven't even started your site or your course. That's just terrifying. Don't do it. Just don't do it. But if you go to our YouTube channel, you're going to find, that's youtube.com/c/Zen. You're going to find a ton of stuff on here, a ton of resources to help you level up. So this was why these were designed. They were designed for you to actually get better. So you'll see how to do stuff on Instagram, how to price plans in Zenler, automations like email designer. Sorry, these are Zen streams. Where's my leveling up series? Here we go, leveling up. So let me put that into the book. Inside here we got like practices for green screen. This is perfect for you. Like media content reused for all purposes, 1920 by 1080. Already told you that. Zoom backgrounds, creating Zoom backgrounds. That's in there. Better on camera with Howard, our charisma coach. Okay, Zoom backgrounds again. I've got two on Zoom backgrounds. I've got animated and I've got standard Zoom backgrounds. We've got editing for a better output. So why use a green screen? You know. We've got reflections with glasses. This is a common problem people have. How can you avoid getting reflections in glasses? Getting rid of clutter in the background to keep your office clean. Branding your content. Branding merchandise, and for serious course creators, leveling up. That's the series. So I'll put that into the, let me put that into the chat there. That's definitely a good one. So after you've done the quick start guide, have a look at that, because there's lots of really simple ones for you to pick up and run with, and they cover what you've been talking about today. So it's quite good. So it'll tell you about the Zoom background, how you can put the Zoom background into Zoom in settings. It tells you all this stuff, and it should really help you, Victoria. Yeah, so exactly, you're right. So yes, it helps to know possibilities before starting, and then keep it simple. Yeah, I'm going to record numerous lessons at once though, so I want to be informed before starting. Yes, absolutely, and it's a really good idea to do that. Kudos for that. That's what I do. I produce like 10 to 20 videos out, and then I edit them all at the same time, and it saves a lot of time and it keeps you on track. But one little tip I would give to you: test it first. Do a test, make sure it's working as you see fit, put the whole thing together, test it all out, do a short 2-3 minute video, just make sure it's all working and it's the right size and you're comfortable with it. Don't shoot 10-20 videos and then realize at the end that they're all the wrong size and they don't work. Don't do that. Do that test phase, please do that. Right, okay, so I have all my modules ready and I am ready to start recording soon. So if I do the quick guide, will that be sufficient, or are there more in the other sections beside leveling up? Thanks to cover. No, I think you'll find you'll do the quick start guide, and that will give you the confidence to know what you want to change or what you want to add next. At that point, you can have a look at the complete guide to Zenler. Definitely have a look at the leveling up series, but leveling up series was created for course creators just to get that little bit better. Okay, so have a look at them, but don't take too much on. They are quite simple, these leveling up. They are going to start to get more complicated. Haven't done any for a while, so we're going to get back onto those. But I would do the quick start guide. I would start putting get stuck in, start putting your site together, put your course together, testing, and we talk about testing in the quick start guide. Then if you get stuck, just start asking some of these questions either here or in the Facebook group, and people will help you straight away, telling you. A lot of them will say, go to the complete guide to Zenler. In there, check out funnels, or check out lives, or check out course or media types, because they're all in there. We show every single element of it. So it's about 350 lessons or videos in there. Yeah, it's huge. So we try to cover every single little point about the platform. We're actually doing the same now for our support docs, and what we're doing, Victoria, I mentioned this a while ago, but I think a lot of people forget because so much going on at Zenler, is we're actually back-ending the admin side of your Zenler dashboard. We're going to be putting in there a little eye that you can click straight through to the support document on that particular part of your site. So there'll be little eyes everywhere. You'll better go through, there'll be a video on there and a written support document as well. So it's going to take away the need for having the complete guide to Zenler, which I never meant for that course to be permanent, because the vision was always to back end the admin straight into our support documentation, because that's the perfect flow, because we update our support documentation and it will just be relevant all the time. So it's a good time to come into the platform. I know you've been with us for 3 years, but yeah, there's a lot happened in 3 years. We didn't have lives when you first joined. So very good. So 3 years. That's how long I've been with Zenler. So that's good. Yay. Yeah. So test it first. So edit the video, make sure it looks good locally on your machine, and then upload it to Zenler. Have a look at it in Zenler as well. Yeah, definitely. But we cover that in the quick start guide. So if you've got a test video done when you're working through the quick start guide, use that video. Drop that video in there and see how it looks. Right, and so test and upload first. That's absolutely fine, Victoria, no problem. And I like the idea of the little eyes to not have to waste time finding the appropriate guide. Exactly. We've already got some little help things in there, but we want it better. So we want, if we can get it into the support articles, which are very much underused, and you'll notice that in our support docs now, it ties up with the admin backend. So where at the top you've got courses, site, marketing funnels, if you go in the support documents, you'll find that in that exact order. And when you open each of those up, you'll find that even the tabs on the left are in the exact order. So we've made it so that you can go, right, oh, I'm in this part of the course, I'm in site, I'm in branding, and then you can go into the support documents, go on the site, branding, and then you see exactly the same area. So it matches up, but we're going one better by putting the eyes in there, so it goes straight to the right article. And then we're also going to put hyperlinks in the articles, so it jumps between related articles. And in our support documents, we also want to do a full workshop series in there that is also as an article, plus shows people like things like how to create a marketing funnel or lead magnet or any of these. So we're doing all this stuff. So obviously a lot of work going on, but we're getting there. We're nearly finished on the support docs, so when we finish with that, they're going to start being integrated into the admin backend. You're going to start seeing little dots appearing everywhere, and it should be good. So, Victoria, are you okay? It sounds like you're on it's really good. You're on that path now, so hopefully I've motivated you to get on. It's not that hard. It's really easy. You can do this, right? You can do this easily. In fact, the hardest part of any course creation is not actually using Zenler itself, it's actually just putting the material together. So as you'll find out, Victoria, if you're going to hit your videos and things, but try and keep it, think about it, right? Because if you're just using the platform, you're just starting off, try and think, don't make it too complicated for yourself. Don't do a course that's got like 100 videos in. Try and keep a course that's maybe got 10 videos max. You could even use that as a kind of, or do a really shortened version and use that as a free course to get people in so that you can upgrade them onto the bigger course. All right, so you can do that and you can get them, or you can create a funnel system that brings people into those things. So think about that as well, because that might, I always say that's a really good idea, because you don't have to jump straight in with all guns blazing. You know, you can do a little course that's quite small that gives people a little taster of what you're all about, and you can use that as a lead magnet. So you're creating something that's going to get leads in that you can sell to later. But not only that, is you're training yourself to get to know the system, and you'll actually have live people in there, and you can see how it's going to work with them when you send emails out to them. So for you, it's a good stage, and I would say do something very small to start with, just to see. So that way you haven't wasted a lot of time, you haven't used a lot of your time up, and you're automatically getting leads in there. I see a lot of course creators, it's a big mistake. They'll jump in with a massive great course, and we've all been there. That's what I did when I first did a course. I did a huge course, and then I was like, oh, I should have spent more time on marketing. So if you can do something really small as a kind of almost a giveaway, as a freebie, then it trains you, so you're getting benefit by training, learning the system, you're getting confident with the system, you'll have all the problems that we generally have when we're trying to create a course, and you'll be much wiser for it later. On the plus side, you'll also have something where you're getting people to sign up for you that you can sell to later. So I think that's a good one for you as well. 10 lessons or less, a free magnet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and just don't give everything away. What you're looking at is you're looking at giving people value, but don't give them too much. Yeah, I mean, like here at Zenler, we could sell all of our courses. Like all of our courses, we're all the team, we're all professionals, we've all been doing this for years and years. Zenler's policy is to give education to the Zenler platform for all of our users free. Yeah, the problem with that is people are like, oh, it's free, it's free, so it's not worth anything. And sometimes people only put worth on things they pay for. So it kind of annoying in a way, because I know I can do exactly the same course I do for Zenler and I can sell it to a client for £1,000. It's the same. so don't give all of your knowledge away. Make sure you are charging. You know, we're absolutely mental here at Zenler about giving free education to everybody, not just on the platform, about marketing as well. So you're in the right place anyway, Victoria. So hopefully that's helped you. I'm going to have a quick break now. Victoria, if you've got any more questions, you're probably going to have questions when you're working through the Quick Start Guide and these things. We're going to be running these Zen Fast Tracks. They will be every Friday at different times. But if you look in events under our Facebook group, you'll see in there that you can go in there. So you could put a comment down there. So if you couldn't attend, you could put a question, but just put like you were here last week, or Victoria, I'll remember you anyway. Or hashtag Zen Fast Track, and then ask a question, and then I can get it if we're on at a different time. But we'll see how it goes today. I'm on for quite a while. We started at 9. We've been on for an hour now, but I'm going to run this for as long as I can and see how it's going. So hopefully, Victoria, it's helped you. I'm going to have a quick break, and guys, if you've got any questions, if you're on YouTube, on our Facebook group, put them in the chat and I'll get back and see you soon. So good to know, every Friday at 2 a.m. Oh, 2 a.m. Oh, you're in Canada. 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Wow. Okay, that's a bit late. Well, we might change it. It might be in the afternoon, which will be a better time for you when you don't sleep. Well done, Victoria, for staying up. See you later. Take care. So guys, put stuff into the comments. You need a question answered, anything on Zenler, then we can get to help you. So I'm going to take a quick break now and interlude session, and if there's any questions come in, I will just pop up when they come in. See you later, guys. And thanks guys for showing up and asking some really good questions there.
Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live.
Okay guys, so no questions coming in. So when there's no questions going into any of the chats on YouTube or on Facebook, then I just put the interlude screen on, and if a question comes in, when I manage to look at it and see it, I will pop up and answer it. That's how Zen Fast Track works. We've already helped Victoria today, and we had Surya on earlier, so it's been really nice to have them in. Hold on. So yeah, if there's no questions coming into the chat, then I don't need to be here. I'm not going to sit around. I'm going to get on with work. But if stuff comes into any of the chats, I can pop up and I can answer your questions. So that's what it's all about. Zenler, what we're trying to do is offer you an even better service by actually being on here live at least once a week. Okay, you want to utilize this. For you guys that are asking questions in the Facebook group, and maybe you're getting them answered, there's a lot of community people that are helping each other. But for you guys that want questions answered that may be a little bit more technical and need to be shown, then this is the place that you need to turn up. These are from us at Zenler. We are our platform educators. We know the platform inside out. So we can tell you and give you the best advice on different actions that you might want to take. And we had Victoria in earlier. She was asking about kit she was buying, you know, what green screens were about, you know, video sizes, all these things, all this really useful information. It's not actually necessarily about the Zenler platform, but it's actually about course creation as well. So remember that, because although she's starting off doing the videos, asking can she use video software, or how can she record the videos, my advice is that don't have to pay a penny. You can just, if you're on the Pro or Premium plan, you can just run a live and use that as the recording. So that really helped her out there, and probably going to save her a lot of money. So it's all good stuff. Victoria will be back next week, I'm sure of it. It's 2 a.m. in Canada, where she was messaging from. And we had Surya and they were in India. So global, Canada, India. We don't know who's going to turn up. So post questions inside the chat and we can pop up and we can help you like that. So what are you waiting for? You know, you want to be a successful course creator. You want to get your platform up and running. Should be in here doing this. Now I know this is our first one, so it's going to take a little bit of time before people realize what's happening here with Zen Fast Track, and then they'll be like, oh okay, I can start moving on this stuff now. I've got someone live here I can actually ask questions to. Okay, so we're here and we are going into our interlude screen. Post questions in the chat, pop up, answer them, back off, another question comes in, pop up, answer it, and so on. So we're running this 9 a.m. We might change the times. I think if we make it in the afternoon sessions, it's going to be very popular with the US market. But we are a worldwide platform, so we like to cover all time zones. So if you can get in here and ask a question, if you know that Zen Fast Track exists, you know where to go. All our Zen Fast Tracks are going to be in the event, so as soon as this one finishes, another one will be put into the event, so you can know exactly when it is, and you can say that you're going to it to get reminders through Facebook. This is live, you know, if you're in our Facebook group or you're on our public YouTube channel, you can go in there and you can ask questions. You don't need to register, don't need to put your email, don't need a username or password. You're just in the platform and we're just answering live in front of you. Okay, so we couldn't make it any more convenient for you to do this stuff. And we were doing help videos and posting them inside the posts when people had a question in the Facebook group. This kind of eliminates that because we're here. So if you know about us, and anybody that's on here that has seen this, please share it. Please tell other members in the group, look, Zen Fast Track runs every Friday. You just need to go to the events, say you're going, you can ask all the questions you want there. We have our ambassadors for Zenler, people like Kyla, Amit, Erin, Tracy. There's a ton of you guys that are helping other people in the group. If you also could tell other people what's going on, where they can come to ask questions, that would be cool as well. And remember, when the session closes, that's it. No questions are answered live. So you just need to either say you're going to the next Zen Fast Track event, and once you're said you're going, you can post in there a question, so we can then have something to tell people about. And if you've posted it as a question but you can't attend, then I'm probably going to tag you in to tell you that that's been answered. All right, so that's how it's going to work. So we're trying to double up on our live support for you guys that are not moving forwards with your course creation, and you're not getting your business online, and especially if you're on a pro or premium. As Victoria today has been with us for 3 years, and now she's starting to move with the platform, and she's asking some valid questions, and she knows where to go now. And that's half the thing, you know. If you're new to the platform, it's like, where do I start? I know there's a lot of material, I know it's a big Facebook group, but where do I go? Where do I start? There's so much. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to break through the noise here and give you a starting point. Now, because Victoria came in such a long time ago, the welcome emails and stuff were completely different to what people get nowadays. So when people sign up for the platform now, they get whole onboarding sequence, and they get sent to those initial training videos such as the quick start guide. So that's all covered. We've covered all of that now, but obviously we've got a lot of members, probably like Victoria, that have been with the platform, just haven't moved forwards because they're pushing it off, or life has got in the way, or you know, they're in a business where they can't get that much time. But maybe this is the exact time. Maybe now is the moment for you to do these things, and I'm sure it is for a lot of you. So if we can help and we can speed your process to becoming a successful course creator, then that's exactly what we're going to do. And that was why we all came up with the idea of a Zen Fast Track session that we've been meaning to do for quite a long time. And these sessions are not about teaching you to use a funnel, teaching you how to market, or how to use a Zenler platform, or how to segment emails, or how to set up automations. These Zen Fast Tracks are not about any of that. They're all about you, you know. They're all about getting your pain points, getting to the point of your pain points, addressing them, and getting you to move forwards. That's the whole idea around Zen Fast Track. Now, I expect it not to be that busy today because we've only launched it and I only did one promotion of it, but I do expect the next one to be much busier when we go to a busier time zone when we release this, which is probably going to be about 5 o'clock. It's probably going to run from about 5 to about 9 o'clock. I have no set plans to say this is a 2 hour, this is a 3 hour, this is 4 hour. I'm just going to run it, and I'm just going to run it and run it and run it. And I'm able to do that and not sit here doing nothing because I can put the interlude screen up that comes up. If someone posts a question in there, I get a little beep, come on and help you. And it means I can get on with my jobs and I can also do that. So I'm doubling up on efficiency here. And that's what we're going to try and do. So other team members, hopefully we're coming in and hosting some of these Zen Fast Tracks as well, which would be super cool. But for now, I'm starting the ball rolling with this, and we're going to see how popular we can make Zen Fast Track over the next month or so. Okay, so back to the interlude screen. You guys, you know, put your questions in the chat on both YouTube and Facebook, and we will pop up and sort you out straight away.
Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. Zen Fast Track, getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track. getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Post your questions inside the comments and a Zenler educator will be along in a second to answer them live for you. You can find Zen Fast Track sessions in the events inside both YouTube and inside of Facebook. This is Zen Fast Track.
Hi guys, welcome to Zen Fast Track. So we've been running now for 2 hours and 14 minutes and we've had a couple of questions come in, but it's been pretty quiet. So just to tell you, if you don't know already, Zen Fast Track, it's a new event that we've set up that addresses you head on. So if you've got a question, you've got a trouble with your Zenler site, we can pop up straight away and we can show you how to sort it out or give you ideas. So we had some questions come in from Victoria asking about green screen. We were asked about OBS, what we're using here. And we were asked how she should start as well, where she should start. So we obviously recommended the quick start guide. It's our first place to start. So guys, this has been set up for you. Your support on this is critical. Unless we get a following, lots of likes and these sort of things and lots of engagement on here, this Zen Fast Track will not be fast tracked anymore. It will fall straight off the tracks. So we want to try this out. We're going to run it for a month. We're going to see, so because it takes a little while for everyone to kind of know that this is happening, that this is going on. We're going to run it at different times as well, maybe at different days as well. There might be some polls coming out asking you when you would like this kind of feature. But the main thing you need to do now is you need to like it. You need to like this as a new event. Because if we see a ton of likes on it, even if you're not asking questions, then we know that it's popular, or it could be popular in the future with you if you do have a question. So your support is critical on this, otherwise it will die in the water. We've had that happen with quite a few events that we've set up. We test them out. If it's not getting a lot of traction, we close them down. It's as simple as that. We don't like to waste resources. We like the information to go straight out to you. This is a little bit different because I don't sit here for 4 hours twiddling my fingers waiting for questions to come in. I'm actually getting on with work. So in between me being on screen, you'll see an interlude screen come up. It doesn't mean that someone's not here. It just means you need to put something in the chat to show that you're there and that you need a question answered. So same as Victoria and Surimaya this morning, they both put questions in there, or they were saying hi and they got a response from us and they got their problems solved or their inquiries solved. Guys, even if you're in the group and you're not part of the platform, you haven't joined us at Zenler yet, and you want to ask a question about the Zenler platform, you can do that here. You know, any question, it doesn't matter. We offer this help to our free, our pro and our premium members. It's all open to you. You can ask the questions. Guys, there's a lot of questions go on in the chat. This is where you should be asking them, okay, with me live, so I can show you the right way of doing things. Okay, our community is amazing and it helps, and we do at Zenler offer support on comments as well. But if we can keep it all in here and we can keep this thread or this event really busy, then it's going to stay here and it's going to help you in the long term. So I want those likes. If we don't get those likes, if we don't get those shares, if you're not commenting or tagging hashtag Zen Fast Track, it will die, you know, and you don't want that. I mean, I would love someone to be on a new platform and I can just tap into them and ask them a question live and see it done. It's absolutely amazing. So what are you waiting for? Ask a question or give us a like so that this stays on top of the water and doesn't sink. Okay, all right guys, so got a question, drop it in on both YouTube and on Facebook and I will answer it. So until then, I'm going to flick up the interlude because I'm working on some other stuff, and if I see something pop up in the chat, I'll be back like lightning. Hi guys, we're still here. So we're still running Zen Fast Track and we're fast approaching 9, 10, 11, 12, 3 hours we've been online. So we've had like quite a few questions from Victoria today, and we've had a hello as well, but nothing else really has happened. So this time zone is probably not good for you. We want to run it every day on Fridays, so but we're looking at different time zones, so maybe the later time zone is going to work better. We might also do an at everyone so that everyone knows about this. So if you can spread the word, that would be brilliant. I've also seen that Tracy's on here. Way, good to see you, Tracy. So yeah, good to see you on Zen Fast Track. I know you just popped in just to say hello, so it's really good to see you. So we're running this at 9 AM, Tracy, at the moment, but it's going to run every Friday, and it's literally 4 hours. Australia, it's 8:30 PM, which actually is not a bad time. You think we started at 3 hours ago, so it's 5:30 PM Australian time. So I would have thought that there would be a lot of Aussies joining us, and I know that some of the Australians are saying that we don't do enough for them, but when we do it, they're not here. So apart from you, Tracy, who turns up every single time to everything, which is very, very cool. So I mean, maybe spread the word with the Australian people. give a shout out your door. It's probably a bit too far away, but yeah, it's a good time for Australians. So maybe, like, if you're an Australian and you're watching this, maybe I'll put it in there. If you think this is a good time, you know about it. Now I know it's because yeah, I know it's actually, Tracy, office hours have stopped for a bit because we're totally revamping it. So it's going to be super exciting when Kevin finishes the revamping of it. So it's all going to change a little bit, so it'll be back to normal. So it hasn't been there, so you haven't missed anything at the moment, Tracy, which is good. Well, we got this Zen Fast Track today, which is answering questions live in front of people, and we're generally going to try and run it for hours. So at the moment we started at 9, we've got 3 hours, and we're going to run it till 1, maybe 4 hours. And then I'm obviously going to try a different time slot on the Friday, so because I just need people asking questions. But the good thing about this one, Tracy, is that I go into like an interlude stage. So as there's like an interlude, it means I can get on with work, so I can actually go in and I can do my work while people aren't asking questions. Right, so any ideas on getting a search box in the My Courses section? Yeah, well, we've got the filter, like, you know, we've got the filtering for the categories. For a search option, like on all the course pages, yeah. So it searches bot would be good. In fact, if we had that, we'd have put it onto the tutorial site, because as you know, we've got so many courses on there. It's definitely a question I can ask if that's going to be featured on there. Yeah, but it's not on my courses page. Yeah, so we haven't got that. You got the drop down at the moment for the categories, and I know you've already done that, so you can categorize all the courses. If you look at the tutorial site, that's what we've done. By actually searching and having a result come up based on a search is maybe something that's going to be added. I doubt, because of the new page builder, I doubt if it's going to go in only on the all case. Yeah, but generally, like, if we could do it for the all courses page, it would be good. If it was some sort of element that could tap into another block or be turned on, then it could be used in. I wouldn't just, if I was developing it, I wouldn't just develop it for that. I would make it an option to be able to turn on all of those kind of course dynamic blocks. I think that would be the best way from a developer's point of view, but it hasn't been done yet, so it is a new feature. Request kind of thing, and I know that's been asked for in the past, but I'm guessing that they haven't kind of worked that feature up because of the new page builder. I keep saying that, it's been a while, but the page builder hasn't come in yet, 2.0. So when it does, I think all these things can then be moved forwards, because I know there's quite a few little things like this that need that people have asked for, but they're not going to develop it into the old system when they're working on the new system, which is bigger. So not at the moment, Tracy, but let me have a think about that. maybe there's some way we could, I'm just thinking outside the box here, maybe produce an RSS feed, and that RSS feed could be searched via another page using HTML code block, which could then be searched, and then it would send them to that particular sales page or something like that. That could be an option. There will definitely be a way of coding it in there. So let me have a look around, and maybe that's a ninja. I know you like the ninja tricks. So if it goes anywhere, it'll be in the ninja tricks. I probably won't do it as a thing on the group because it will be more of a technical codey thing. But if I do that, I'll send you. I'll put the link in there, Tracy. I'll message you and tell you that it's in Ninja Tricks. Is that all right? Does that sound good? Hey, remember to like this as well. The more likes, the more likely that Zen Fast Track will stay up. Otherwise, Rakesh will turn around and say, look, there's no one interested in it, drop it. Right, so Tracy's put Ninja Tricks live. Okay, yeah, you did. It's your favourite course. Right, mostly due to having way too many courses in a bundle, and would be better if members could search. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, we've got exactly the same thing inside of the tutorial site with so many courses in there, plus boot camps going on and all of these things. And although we categorized it, the initial all courses shows everything, and it would be good if it could split out, even if we could split it out to a bit of text information, and people were filtering on the categories. I think it would be better, because at the moment it's just showing all of them, which is, these are things I know the team know about all this stuff, like it could be handled better, but I'm really thinking that it's probably due to the massive rebuild from the ground up on the page builder. By the way, the page builder will work in the same way, so you haven't got to relearn anything. It's just totally redone to make it quicker and all this stuff. So Tracy, I can't say yes, you can do that. I'd love to, and you probably knew that anyway. So yeah, so your biggest challenge, is in your membership is clarity on what they need to look at. That is my issue, not Zenler. Yeah, I know. Is it your site is just a membership site, isn't it? You're not. Do you sell courses individually in there, or is it just a membership site? Well, I only ask this question because if it was just purely a membership site, there was one membership, then you could tailor it, because if people have bought in, they're going to see the logged in page. Yes, I sell 2 memberships plus so you do sell individual courses. Okay, it won't work then. I was just thinking, if it was a self-contained just one membership course, you could then lock out registration, so you wouldn't get any lock out public registration, not people that have bought through the course, through the membership. And then once those people are in there, if it's one membership area, then you can basically cater it however you like. You could split it up into, you could send people to multiple pages that are only available to people that are logged in, that being the people that have paid for the membership, because there would be no public access. You could still run funnels because they would be leads and they wouldn't see those pages anyway. But that would be one way of doing it. Yeah, so I do a tailor. So you do that already. You do a tailor for my members dashboard with images, links, and to categories. Yeah, so you do that anyway, but it's having that search functionality. But it would be a lot easier to have that search functionality, and certainly use coding, because you are splitting that area out. So once people are in there, you can send them to a page that the members have access to that areas, and then they could search that area. So I understand where you're coming from. It's just maybe it might have to be a case of adding some code in there and setting it up so that you could actually just access certain categories, a word search or a category search. Yeah, let me think about that one, but not out of the box. No, it doesn't work out of the box. Unless you just have it as a, yeah, exactly, Ninja course code. Yeah, so you would probably have to change a little bit of code, but I can supply that to help. with a scenario. Tracy, I might actually, I'll go and have a look at your site, and I might need you to send some screenshots of those areas, but you don't need to do that publicly. You can just message the screenshots to me of what they see, or do a little Loom video, might be even better, with an explanation, and then I can see what your case scenario is exactly, and I'll know what to do. So hopefully I can help you with that. And if I do help you with that, I'll put that into the Ninja Tricks course, and that will be put on here, that's in there for people that want to take on the challenge of becoming a ninja, a Zenler ninja. We'll do tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, Saturday tomorrow. I've got a Zen stream running tomorrow on price plans and tiers. So yeah, send it to me tomorrow, Tracy. I'll have a look at it over the weekend. No problem. Good to see you, as usual. I hope you're not. Are you peeling potatoes this morning or this evening, or you've done them already? It's still very memorable for me. On the live, you were doing the potato peeling. Always makes me giggle. Good to see you, Tracy. Dinner all done. 8:30. I should hope so too. All right. See you later. Okay, guys. If anybody else has got a question for Zenler, we just had Tracy on. We've had Victoria on. We had Siramaya on, and that's been it. And we've been on for over 3 hours now. So if you do have a question, Tracy helps loads of people in the group, and she's pretty well up on all the features in Zenler. So I never expect a nice easy question from Tracy. It doesn't happen. She's always asking these tech questions, and that's why she likes the Ninja Tricks course, which is more kind of looking at code. But I think the Ninja Tricks course is quite good because I've made it quite easy for you to follow. It's not, you don't have to be a brain surgeon or something to follow it. You can pick it up quite easily because it's all broken down, and Tracy will testify to that as well. So Tracy, yeah, she keeps me on my toes for sure, but I love it. I love a challenge. That's what life's all about. So Tracy, yeah, send me the screenshots. I'll have a look at it at the weekend. But if anyone else has got any questions, remember to pop them into the chat, and I pop up live. Okay, so I'm going to go back to an interlude now, but remember I am here. If you post stuff into the chat, either on YouTube or on Facebook, where Tracy is, then I will pick it up, and we'll see. And Tracy, can you do me a favour and give this a like, or have you done it already? You might have. Oh, you have done it already. Thank you. So yeah, the more likes I get on this new event feature, then the more likely it is that we carry this on. Okay, so I know it's not that popular a time zone at the moment. It's a Friday. In the UK, people are still working on a Friday, so the afternoon's better. But we're going to run this at different times and see which is popular, and then we'll get a sort of baseline on if this is working or if it isn't working, and we'll take it from there. And if it isn't working, it will just go boom down the old Zenler bin if it doesn't work. But I'm pretty sure it will. I mean, who doesn't want live help, But let's see. So back to an interlude. Pop your questions into the chat. I can jump on and help you live. See you later, guys. Hi Kyla, good to see you. I wondered when you would pop up. So what are you asking for us today? I have two sites where the menu background is not white. Two sites where the menu background is not white, but is solid. Right, let me have a look. Right, 2 seconds. Okay, I haven't opened that. That's good. Right, let me have a look and see. Check mobile submenu. Oh, look at this. This is nice. Okay, so submenu is white. I'm gonna have to do some CSS, I think, to bypass this. Okay, right, okay. Right, 2 seconds. Let me just have a look. So you're saying it's not showing the burger menu? Is that what we're... Because it looks like the burger menu's changed to the same colour green as the... Actually, it's not displaying very well. Okay, so it's working in preview, but then resets. So with the CSS, okay. So where have you put the CSS? Did you put it in global includes? Did you use the important tag? I'm taking it you did. Kyla is a developer, so she knows this stuff. Can you do me a quick Loom video? Post a link on here. And then I can have a look at the Loom video, because it's not showing inside the thing. So it's one I might have to come back to. But if you can post the Loom in there, then I can see. Not quite sure why it's not displaying. There's a... Okay, so I'm going to go to screen share. So this is Kyla's site here. So we're getting it all going a green colour with the yellow. Yeah, that looks quite good. Oh, that's sub. Is that what we're talking about? That? No, I'm not going to have access. Just it's sensitive information, and I'm screen sharing and stuff. You're out. Okay, both sites. But I think I got it. The text colour is yellow. Is not showing in the sub menu. So yeah, right. Okay. So the drop down sub menu. Yeah, just give me a yes. I think I've got it. I think I showed it. It's the drop down sub menu. Yeah. So for instance, inside of here, this is what we're talking about, isn't it? Yeah, not this. This is all alright, yeah, but it's just this. The drop down sub, yeah, the double drop. Ah, yep. Okay. All right, so right guys, so you guys that are watching this, this is CSS coding. I don't really want to show this on here just because people could get confused and they could go, oh, that's going to be really complicated to do that. But it's code, so we don't want to do this. Right, okay, Carla, it's on all sites, but once I give you the code, yeah, you can just use it on the next site. Yeah, is that all right? So I'll basically copy your code and I'll just do a duplicate of it, and I'll just send you the video. Is a bug? Maybe not. I need to look at it. Yeah? It's probably just an override. It's probably, you're probably putting important in there, and they've already put it in there. So it could be something. It could be that they have done an override. So it will be a really quick fix, and I can ask developers, like, can you take that off there, and then they should better take that off the base code, and then it should work. And I've had to do that on a few things, so I know they can do that. Yeah, so it could be a quick fix from developer side, but I'll just double check my side and make sure. I'll just use some targets and see if it works. Yeah, it's an override. Yeah, it's happened to me before. So if I can't, I can sort that out. Yeah, so stick with me on that one. I'll have a look. I've got the site and I can just pass that on. I'll test it myself first. I just like to test these things, make sure there's not an ID that's not being targeted. But guys, like, if you're watching this now and you're thinking, oh, CSS coding, all this stuff, don't worry about it. It's like Kyla's doing things. She's the developer, so she's doing more advanced things inside her site. Yeah, she's doing colors, drop downs, you know, she's doing a lot of different stuff that you guys might not won't use, you know, unless you're actually asking Kyla to do a site for you, and then she'll do what she does, you know. So she's one of our she's a course creator, and she works on lots of different types of sites, including Zenler. Kyla's really helpful as well. She's really helpful on the group, and that's why she's got an expert badge, because she helps a lot of people and she knows her stuff. So when she asks a question on here, it's usually, like Tracy, it's more of a technical question, and yeah, it's a good one. And I didn't even spot that was the case with the double drop downs because I never used them in the site. But definitely a good spot there, Kyla. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for turning up as well and saying hello to us. Remember to give us a like, yeah, if you like this this kind of thing that we're trying to do, and spread the word. I know you talk to a lot of people, so tell them about ZenFast Track. It could help them, and that would be fantastic. Superstar. That's Kyla. So I will go and have a look at that. So yeah, I mean, I don't mind some of these technical questions as well, because it's like getting direct feedback from everybody that's using it. And sometimes it's really nice to get feedback from the developer side, from the course creator side, apologies, because these are the people that are digging right into sites and designing them for other people, and there are people are asking them what to do, and they're trying to do it, and if they can't do it because they're getting stuck, even though they know how to code, then it's really good that they can report these things back. You know, that's what we look at, and we take course creators, we take all of your feedback. It's priority for us to make sure that the site is working, and it's the most flexible way of working for you guys. You know, we're not going to turn around and say we're not going to do that, because that's how it is. You know, if we're listening to you and you're saying, well, I'm trying to design it this way and I'm putting CSS in, and it's all correct, and I'm not being allowed to because the code's not letting me do that, then, you know, we need to know about it. Because just like Kyla's seen, if in the base code of Zenler, it's been marked up as important, it means there's no override. You're stuck. So, and Kyla needs override, like I need overrides, you know, because if I'm trying to design something and I'm setting up my own style using coding and I can't do it because I'm not allowed to, I kind of get really frustrated, and that's exactly what Kyla's had here. So good one, Kyla. I will report that back. I will test it myself my end, because I like to do these things, No disrespect, but you know, this is just what I do. And then I can report that back, and hopefully one of the developers will just tweak that code and it will go in as an update. All right, leave it with me, Kyla. Good one, nice one. No comments in from YouTube. So our YouTubers are either busy at work or they're running lives through Zenler. Very quiet on YouTube. So Facebook's going for it. Great guns. 3 hours, 3 people. You know, that's a success. If I've helped one person today, it's a success. That's how I'm looking at it. So guys, going back to interlude, drop your questions in there. Like Kyla just put in there, she didn't know I was actually making a cup of coffee, and she put a question in there and I popped up. So, and she's like, oh, it doesn't want to answer my question. No, I was making a coffee. You have another question? Go on, Kyla. Throw it at me. It's going to be another technical one, isn't it? Generally, if it was really busy in here, I would say only one question per person, just so that it's fair. But as we are quiet, in the template 2-column row, yeah. In the templates, yeah. So setting up a blank, empty 2-column row. If the left is text and the right is image, the image remains in the center if the text is longer. They are Zenler template. Oh, it's from the Zenler templates. Yeah, there's sometimes a few things with the templates. I tend to build, I'm sure you do as well, I tend to build them from scratch. It's just easier to control. I need them both to remain in the top. Oh, so okay, so it'll drop down in the center of it. So both of them, so if the text is right and the image is right and the image remains in the center if the text is longer. Oh, okay. So and that's from one of the Zenler templates, is it? Yep. A line in the middle of the column. So you've got no option in there. I don't think you have, but you haven't got any option in there to hit the settings and center it top. Yeah. Do you know which one it is? I think there's no. Right, you know what I'm going to say to you. Send us a screen. Do you know the page it's on? Have you got it on a page? You probably haven't added it because it doesn't look good. Most of them with 2 rows and columns. Oh, let me have a look. I'll see if I can find it. So is it a particular one? Is it a CTA or something like that, or what is it? I might minus the spacing. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of those templates, some of the options are turned off, and things go in the center when some people want it in the center, most people want it at the top. I'll have a look, but what I would say to you is that if it's a simple left right, I would create the column myself, row and column, because then you've got complete control. So it's something that I could show for sure, and I could just test. Can I just do that now, Kyla? Because I'm going to lose the page, so I want to make sure I've got nothing else coming from you before I go on to a screen share and show the page. Was that the point? Then I can jump and show. Give me a yay. Oh, okay. I think the video row has this. The video row has this. Oh, right, the video row. Okay, the video row, the video row. Oh, okay, yeah, but it looks good in there. It looks like it's at the top. It's at the top. Not quite, but it's at the top. But let me see if I can see what it's doing. It happens all the time. Oh, you minus a space, so it's put a minus space in there to push it up. Oh, okay. Alright, well that's good. At least I've got something to look at to see what you did. Let me see if I can grab everything you've got there. I'm gonna grab your content and recreate that block. You don't mind, do you, Kyla? Give me permission. Oh, I'll just use a YouTube video. Alright, yeah, all good. Oh right, give me the. I'm only going to use that top button block, but let's just do something similar to that and have a look. Alright, I'm going to do this, so it'll be in there anyway. I think the timestamp on this be about we start at 9, so it'll be 3 hours 45 minutes. Kyla, if you want to catch up, put that in your little notepad. 3 hours 45 into the live, and you can jump and see that part of it. But I'll probably, if it doesn't work, you know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use a double row, and just put it in and build it myself because it's easier. Save that out as a custom block, and if you're using it all the time, you can then just keep it. So I think that would be the best thing for you, because it's like, you know, as web developers, that's what we do all the time. Yeah, I can remedy, but many won't. Yeah, I know what you mean. So if I show it here, then it will be shown. Yeah, I'll show the negative value as well. I do use negatives a lot to push stuff out to the side and make stuff full width and things. But I also use rows in rows, and I know within the templates there's a certain amount of stuff you can't do. Because they're supposed to be locked, because it's supposed to be kind of like, oh, you put that in there and there. But when the people start adding content, like Kyla was saying, it pushes the box out, and it's not supposed to have that much content in it, because that's the template, that's the way it looks. But as we know, in the real world, people have more text, people have less text, so it's got to look good if people put more stuff in there. And there's only so many scenarios that the developers can actually say, right, okay, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and it's going to look like this and it's going to look like that. Some people say, oh, you know, when it goes in mobile, I want the right hand column to be at the top, and I want the left hand column to be at the bottom. Whereas at the moment the flow is left to right, so it just goes and shoots underneath it. But I think something in the page builder is going to change that around a little bit. So we don't want to get into coding here, we just want to show it in a block. So if I jump into our test site, and I've got Kyla's site up anyway, so remember 3 hours 47 minutes, Kyla, jump into it. I'm just going to go into a test page and just have a look at what Kyla's mentioning here. So let me go and flick a page up, and then I will screen share. I haven't forgotten something. I've learnt my lesson with forgetting to screen share when I'm showing things, and then having the whole audience going, "You're not screen sharing. You're not screen sharing." It's not good. The most I've done is half an hour and then I've realised. So I'm going to jump into me into a page here. I actually did this the other day for a day with Zenler. I was showing CSS coding on how to change text colour on in a page globally throughout your whole site using some CSS. But we don't want this to all be about CSS today. But I have got some videos in here. Oh, hold on. Let me just turn that off. Alright, so I have a thing I'm going to screen share in a second. Let me just change that. Okay. And we're going to screen share. Oh, it's gone green. Screen share. Now. Right. Okay, here we go. We're screen sharing. Okay, so let's have a look at the blocks that Kylo is talking about. So we've got the two. Which ones are the two? I mean, I'll be honest, I don't use these a lot. Ah, that's good. One of these. So what's her site like? What she used? She's modified it, but it's kind of like this. So let me dump that in there. Okay, let me just turn the branding off. Let's just leave it like that. So what Kyla is saying here is that this image here, this block, is all middle. So if I go to there, vertical alignment top, okay, I've got padding in there. I like to zero all this stuff down. So I'm going to get rid of that and just zeroing everything down. Okay, so padding and spacing. So it's all lining up. Probably on here. No, so if I drop in more text, let's take some of this Lorium text. Oh, Kyla. I don't know what to say. It's worked. So the vertical alignment center should center it. Now maybe there's a certain block. This is what Kyla was saying. She was saying that when you put more text in there, this would always appear in the center. But remember, on this row, we have that ability. Everything in the row gets adjusted by this. So I'm not seeing what Kyla's saying here. Because I still have control over all my elements. So maybe it's a case that there's a certain block in there that doesn't work. It could be, but I can't go through every single block. Maybe it's this video block. She's got a video. See, I would use this block and just replace this with a video, but let's just put this one in here and see if this causes the problem. Okay, so I choose this vertical alignment center top. So yeah, okay, but we make sure all this is zeroed out. Top, bottom, bottom, bottom. And the reason I'm resetting is that I start from scratch then. So I see, why is that not in there? It's got some padding at the top, padding at the bottom, which is okay for the text. That's at the top. So let's just duplicate this out and cause... No, it's fine. I can't get that to happen. All right. So some kind of said come back. So some are working. Happened on 2 columns. Can you find me the exact column that it's not working on? But what I would say is find a column it does work on. Use that. Right, okay, so the ones that you can't, so I'll need to go through all the blocks and see the ones that I can't, and I'm not sure if that's a problem, because if we're bringing in a new page builder, then it would be good to know what those blocks are. Now, I'm not going to ask you, Kyla, to go through them. It's not your job to go through them and check, but if you're telling me that some of those blocks are wrong, if you happen to know which ones, I will go through them and check them. But there's no point in doing a training, do that on here, because it'll take me a long time and I'll just be going through all the blocks. So the ones I've checked seem to work fine, as you could see. So, which is good, but also I believe you when you say that 1 or 2 of the blocks don't work as they're responding, because I found a few of the blocks that do that. Yeah, you just letting me know, so it's a good thing to know. I know that there's a few blocks where these things have caused issues, specifically some of the list blocks and stuff, which sometimes you have no control over the setting inside the block. So I will go through that. Let me just write, I'm going to write that down so I've got a mental note of it. But luckily, I mean, kind of unlucky, because it's nice to show problems, but we haven't found any. But I might have just been lucky, kind of, hey. So I'm going to write down a note of that. Check block templates. Make sure they have the options. And we want to check the sub menu drop down color can be overridden with CSS. All right, I've got it. Okay, cool. Thanks, Kyla. Yeah, good to have you here as well. Nice to see you. Remember also, Kyla, we got a Zen stream tomorrow on pricing plans, but it's just on pricing plans. You probably know all about that. If you want to join me, I'm on Facebook and I'm on, what is it, YouTube, and we are at 9 o'clock tomorrow as well. So if you want to go on there, we are on there, but you probably know all about pricing plans anyway. See you later, Kyla. And I'll get that sorted out with the sub menu color drop down. I'll check it out myself and see if there is an issue with an override there. And I'll also have a check through the blocks and see if any of them are causing mischief. And I will report it back to development for them to sort it out. Lovely. Take care, Kyla. Good to see you. Okay, so haven't had anything in from our YouTube channel, and Kyla's just finished now with me, and we haven't had any new questions into Facebook. We are coming up to 1 o'clock, which will be 4 hours we've run this. I think that's a good base test for our first Zen fast track. So guys, if you're watching this on a replay and you see these things come up, you understand what's going on and what we're trying to do here at Zenler with this new event. So this event goes into our Facebook group, okay, under the events, and if you have any question, if you're approaching, if it's Wednesday or Thursday and you think, do you know what, I'd like to go on there and actually ask the question live and see the result and see it fixed, you know where we are. So we're going to try and keep it on this regular day, but the time might change depending on how popular it is. And I want to try next week, I want to try in the afternoon, just because I want to see if more of the US market comes across, which fills it up. So it's getting that sweet spot, probably 3 p.m, then it's 8 p.m. kind of Indian time, and it's sort of 10 o'clock, but then people could be at work on Friday. I don't want to run it all every weekend, because we run Zen streams weekend, and we've also got Zen Zone sessions as well. So we kind of have to be a little bit careful, because we have lots of different lives running. Sometimes Kevin's running some boot camps, or there's other guys running boot camps or workshops, and it's all fitting stuff in. But it's nice if we can keep a regular time, so you guys know that's the time when I can go on and ask a question, and you can see it done in front of you, which really helps you, because you can go through it step by step. Of course, questions answered in the group are really good, but if you're a beginner to this, or you just like to learn visually, then obviously this is going to be the best place for you to turn up to. So we've run it for 4 hours. If it's really busy, then I will run these longer, yeah. So we'll see. But then if it's really busy and I'm doing a lot online, it means that I'm going to get very tired by talking continuously for 4 hours or 6 hours. So depending on how long, this is a good starter. This is our first fast track. Guys, if you like this, if you love it, if you like the idea behind it, then give us a like. The more likes, the more comments, then this will stay up. We're going to run this for a month. If we're not getting a lot of traction on it, it will just simply end. Okay, and then the live support that you're getting here today, you won't get. Okay, unless you go into a Zen Zone session, or you go into, because Zen Zones, there's Zen Zone sessions running where there's more goal orientated, there are focus sessions, but this is helping individual basis, one question per person, and we're actually getting them to move forwards with what they want to do. So we're also pausing a lot, because that way, if there's no questions, I'm not sitting here, I'm actually working. So this is the whole ethos around Zen Fast Track, and how it should be getting you on the fast track with Zenler. Okay, it's our slogan. So with that said and done, that is the end of this fast track session. I'm going to end this now, and I will thanks guys for turning up. Thanks Victoria, thank you Tracy, thank you Suramaya, thank you Kyla. And guys, if you're watching this, just give your support to it, and then it will stay as a feature. If it's unsupported, we drop it. Okay, and we're going to run this for at least another 3 weeks. So every Friday for next 3 weeks is going to run. If it's not popular, we're not getting enough engagement, then it will end. It's as simple as that. So see you later guys, and have a great weekend. If you are around tomorrow, I'm running all about pricing in a Zen stream that's streamed to Facebook and to the YouTube channel. It's the same time as today. This one is, you're going to be able to watch this here, but you're on Facebook, but you can also watch it on YouTube. And the Zen stream that's running tomorrow, you can also watch on Facebook and in YouTube as well. So they're always there, you can reference them later, so if you're late. So I would say with the Zen Fast Track, maybe when the event's set up, say you're going, but if you can't go, put a question in there. That way we can answer questions that have already been put into there, and we can answer them live. And if we do answer a question that's put in there as a comment, we'll tag you in, right? So you'll know, we'll tag you in, and we'll put the timestamp when we answered that question, so that you can go in there, quickly find the answer to your question and move on. So it's not just about live people take priority over questions, right? If they're live, they take priority. but if there are questions in there, we will answer them. This is one thread inside of the event that you can ask those questions to us, and we will show you live in front of you to stop you from procrastinating and to get you moving on and becoming a successful course creator. Guys, have a great weekend, and I'll see you all soon.